Okay, let's stream then maybe. Should continue playing Intervallo this time. Should continue playing Intervallo. Yeah, okay, I have the sound, so should be good, I think. We are live, yes. Yes. Okay, identify Discord about my stream. Should also maybe like post it here. Yes. And I need to... Okay, so I have my chat, I have everything. The only thing is missing is Limbus, right? Даш, привет. Так. I'm drinking water. I don't know how to actually show it without like spilling it, but I am drinking water. Yes, I'm drinking water in a teacup. Basically. Why not an energy drink? I mean, I've drunk 2 today already. Like one was like for breakfast and the other one was like during dinner time. So we are good on energy drinks today. And we can actually like proceed with the story. Yeah, did I get like any new experience tickets? I think I've spent all of them. I have like though like 40 extraction ones. And like what time is it though? Okay, it's like about half an hour to the new day. Why? Почему means why, basically. Basically, he was asking like why I'm drinking like water instead of an energy drink. Yeah. So I do have like almost 300 Ishmael shards. So then I can shard her. The Seasons 3 Ishmael. This one. I mean, she should be good I mean, I can try playing like with him because I kind of did tie him to level 4. This way I get like his skill 2 and skill 3 updated. I don't know. I do have enough threads though, so it shouldn't be a problem for me really. Yeah, we can play now. Okay, so they're doing like Tremor now. Honestly, I've like forgot why we were fighting those guys. I was super like sleepy yesterday. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. Is it like, yeah, it's not a focused encounter, right? We can just win rate this, to be honest. Why not? Should be good. So I kind of like read a bit on abilities of the Blood Fiends, but for like the chain encounters shouldn't really matter. So that Clash Power and Fragile. Yeah, we shouldn't really use his like third skill yet. Oh yeah. I was pressing win rate so much that I actually forgot how chain counters work. What am I doing even? Yeah, I'm so bad. Yeah, should be good like this. Because for Gregor, I don't really want to like spend his ultimate yet. Because I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to like stack his basically hand passives. Or how it works anyway. And that should be good. So his first skill gives him like 3 bloodied hand. And his second one also gives 3, but at like 5+ Alien Heart, you gain like more of those. So I'm pretty sure you don't really want to like spend his skill 3 unless you want to like do a lot of damage or like heal up. But we don't want to do neither, as for now. So it should be good like this. Okay. Should be able to finish now. T-Corp staff in different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Is this one their ringleader? Maybe of a higher rank, but he's but an employee of T-Corp all the same. Which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons, now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp, and we will use full force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. This seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to appear. Man, I don't think much better between us and the guide, but only a few days ago. It feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion. 10 billion and 40 million. And to be exact. You like saying that, don't you? Yeah. The point is, there is no way we owe them that much money. We're kind, law-abiding citizens. We are brimming with a sense of justice. Here, here. Judas listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered on, like they were part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion yen in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles he might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this, in the middle of the street no less. Julius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion yen in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion ounce bursts of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? Okay. Actually, I think I'm gonna do it like this, maybe. And to move some stuff around. More specifically. Yeah, that should be good. There are like 15 parts in this like Intervallo. Hello, Stage 9. Got myself a camera though. The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale, unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights miner, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time tax brackets due to the immense amount of time leak. Temporal leakage phenomenon. It refers to deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while too. We measured about 4 hours bursts of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering about? deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity. We were in pursuit of the manner. Impossible. Venture's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. No, considering the old sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall Dante? As we left behind the manor a few days ago. Or so. They are out wrong with the daily routine. I had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shatters through the silence. Have identified an anomaly. Should have issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent. The amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance it was an innocent mistake? As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Now that I'm looking at it, that is sunset, not a sunrise. You got the new Rio? What do you mean? I mean, did you mean like Ryoshi? This cannot be. This must be the early hours of the tomorrow, is it not? Oh yeah, I get it. Did you like had to like roll for it? How many like tickets or like just rolls did you do? May I have an idea as to how this consistency came to be? Right, the DG4 protocol. What's that? Oh, I see. I mean, good for you then. You probably also get her. I didn't like yet get myself any of those new IDs. Temporal velocity synchronization device or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. Luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together or some shit like that. It's quite unlike the Sir Heathcliff to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray show someone explain it in plainer language. It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Nice. Forsooth, that is quite odd how someone so fluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then, with this information, it can be concluded that the time I have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper instead of the morning newspaper was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling your job? The OCA sent us a new request to track down distortion. More detailed information. So activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. You didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale, like I said earlier. You affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manner. Honestly, this situation is completely unprecedented. Right. They used to activate it only on special occasions. Like, we had plenty of guests or for a visit because it was so bloody pricey. So the time tax for your inflated tax bracket multiplied by the surge per volume from the physical space covered by that temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adapts to this insane number. Then like we knew something like this would happen. Well, anyway, we have two payment options to settle this. Time tax debt. Options? What options? 10 like packs of 10 million. Grow from a tree in it. Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Hey, about that. What's that supposed to mean anyway, paying with time? Means the Limbus was about to answer our question, was playfully observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. As good as with the damage is okay, because like all the like default egos, they're kind of bad, to be honest. Like, is there a single like default ego that is like actually useful in this game? Just got a call. They are ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus company made us send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. No need to TikTok and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. We will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident. So please, keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You are with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone. And we'll reassure what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. I mean, Otis 1 like deals, I don't know, like almost no damage. Like less damage than some skill ones do. Gregor's is bad. Well, how they go, I guess. Didn't even give us the chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving us here like this. But isn't this whole mess basically about what to happen to us? So this isn't anything serious, but what Marcel doing on the gallows? What? Marcel, what are you doing there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. Who told you to do that? I did. Just trying to be helpful with you and your friends. Little time tax problem. I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. A clock with legs? How fascinating. Someone were to submit her for consideration at the upcoming expo. You might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when some helpless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or your final path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time. It was only one thing or the other. Living here lost in time and stranded in the streets. It was no good. Not at all. It's no better than a clock tapped to compass at the end of the day, is it? Alright, 35 version 2 protocol is operating in an experimental capacity within this office space. Don't you forget. Anyone not synced with the daily standard time might find this a little disorienting, so keep that in mind as well. What? Now, that looks... that's the look of someone who has never once heard of TT52 protocol. TT52 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs in only a few select T-Corp offices. So if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impressions of this new shiny thing, feel free to jot down a few words on that bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? The man whom we presume to be a T-Corp staff seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. I got that replaces his base one. I don't think like Gregor has that much egos in the first place. Let's see. I think he only has like what, like 6 egos, right? Yes, that's his base one. Well, we can check it. I just need to like pull the a browser page here. I don't like. I went to the wiki. Basically, shows me like what lecture domain. Wait. Okay. So this one then. So this one has like 3 hits. This one has like only 1. Okay. Yeah, I see. I wonder if any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway. Anyway, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I'm ready. Wait, I know if it's a really good idea to be ready for something that looks like the rope extended from the intimidating machine tightened around Mersault's throat. Is this what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please, call it by its precise and given name. Temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and suck the time right out of you. It wasn't the original name, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullaboo about this excessively long name, which was at approximately 58 words, or letters. Can someone ask him what will happen to Mersault? Is that thing going to kill Mersault? Oh, I think I get it now. So like, they want to like take like Mersault's lifetime, I guess, and then Dante going to like resurrect him over and over. So this way they can like basically infinite money glitch maybe. Let's see how it goes. kill him. Nonsense. She's a very gentle machine. That is simply preposterous. However, spoken in such manner, it pretends that events or even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not sure as to what might happen actually. I suppose they'll suck 10 billion ends worth of time out of your friend. So being abused. What is that even supposed to mean? So you're gonna be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? No, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system called the 44-hour daily minimum time guaranteed policy. How generous? Even when worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. A minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the keyboard here. Why am I sucking 10 billion, 40 million, and worth of time from your friend was too much, I suppose. Look, it says measurement error. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what's going to happen? Just out of curiosity? Of course, 10 billion N of time dead, of time tax debt, is a historical unprecedented amount of debt. So I had to see what would happen. You could enter place in a lottery and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion. And that's before taxes. I'd say you belong in the Museum of History, if I'm being honest. Okay, I think I'm gonna get me some more water, so I'll be back soon. Yeah, I'm back. I should get myself like a water bottle or something, so I don't like spend time running around my house. Yeah, I just like put the camera back also. I should be like this. Yeah, hello again, Station 9. Of course, 10 billion N of time tags dead. It's a historically unprecedented amount of dead, so I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in the lottery. Yeah, like, what's in my headphones? Why are they like this? Okay. Of course, 10 billion N time tags dead is a historical unprecedented amount of dead. So I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in the lottery, and I still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion N. And that's before taxes. I'd say I'll belong in a museum of history, if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tags dead willingly set up the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even deeper dead hole. The point is, scarcely expected someone in 10 billion N time that tax hole to just walk up there like that. What is wrong with this guy? Wagon Mersault, pretty surrender, not so much machinery. Not to such machinery. Huh? You aren't unharmed? I'm alright. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Mersault? Julius and Faust, who returned as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Okay, nice. Probably I could adjust my microphone with this. Okay. I can clearly see that you're both accusing me of letting the sinners run out again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. You explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. A 10 billion N is certainly an absurd amount of money, but that doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but I didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion N isn't the kind of money that you can settle with the sacrifice of an individual. Okay, I only just now noticed that there is actually no voice acting in this interval. Yeah, I remember like people telling me before that like the intervals before count of 7, there is no voice acting. Kind of forgotten about this though. It's kind of a surprise for me. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise, while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is have been contracted to deal with the distortion. I guess we're already starting to put our names out there, if they specifically sought us to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first, were their sixth choice, after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. What kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? It's a request regarding a series of similar unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of time-killing time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. The case of time-killing time? It's exactly what it says on the tin. Distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here, T-Corp. It's not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robbers by tracing it, but in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. To slip in a gun, simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before. Thus, the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Thus, Rev is once again my time to shine. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any detectives working to solve the cases of urban nightmares or beyond are issued this special investigator badge. During the course of their employment, 'tis a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the detectives? Fixers! We plan to issue those badges, yes. Why should I long to add one such badge to my collection? Perchance thou should allow us to keep the badges when this case is dealt with? Nay, I demand that I be afforded at least 3 badges, one for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, so that... Shut it, lass. Right, what are you waiting for? Let's crack on. Whack this distortion and get the hell out of here. I'm dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate it if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is, I don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve this case. Indeed, I can have your entire group run by out in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the special investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of badges for 13 of them. I concur to a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the numbers of sinners, well, the first one to welcome this offer. Should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling these deadweights? We will leave useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals take care of the business. You seem rather confident that you'd be part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright, enough of your nonsense. So how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly not happy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not allowed. Accept it. We barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Then you have wasted your breath. The tech team of the executive manager and I We're more than enough to handily complete this mission. Yeah. Right, so it all comes down to my choice. 3 sinners. Would they actually allow us to choose? Or like, do we get the one predefined by the plot, I guess? That would make sense, actually. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've ever had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like this. Looks like the manager is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands quickly now. Pursues, I shan't hesitate before such an excellent opportunity. It's finally my time to shine. You don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. I'm not raising my hand, I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've been with so few sinners before, except for that one time when we accidentally walked out the outskirts through the back door, so I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It's too much trouble for me to list and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set. So allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Yeah, I figured to do something like this, because if they actually allow you to choose, then there would be like they need to like write different stories, or maybe like not write them at all. But like this way, if they kind of pre-choose it for you, they can, I don't know, actually complete all the interactions. I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel on different stations. Dante, are you listening? Just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together. It's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Rodius say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And the sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me. Calmly assess the situation and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. The sinners who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone though. Damn it, I've got it. I choose Faust, Mersault, and Yiseng. Royan, Rasha, and Hanglu. Wait, huh? Dante has selected me, Mersault, and Yiseng. Have you been listening, Dante? There is like completely not matching. Just like... they need to like kill the distortion. And I think what Arginus is doing, he like selected the most, I would say, like offensive. Like basically sinners who can like who are really good at like offense. And then listed all the smart ones like Faust, Yiseng, Mersault. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our common journey. She was not an option. Yiseng was immediately ruled out, even before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Mersault didn't volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I'm truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. Wait, that's... Hey, what is... that's not what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to actually manage the remaining sinners while we're... Okay. I really soured the mood, didn't I? There's 3 of them whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together or turn to look at my direction. Yeah. He's having a bad time today. Just the 3 of us? 2 is such an eye-catching number. Ain't it? Isn't it? Really, I get it. But why the 2 of you volunteer? That sounded FAH. Fun as hell? The greater the quality and diversity of experience, the better it is. Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I've not else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, it must be why Sir Virgilius had failed to catch mine impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius didn't even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. This is my final legacy. I bestow upon thee... What's all this? A book? A magnifying glass? And are these clothes? This is my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. What are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, verily. Would that not solve this to thee? Records of investigations. Solution to the 13 problems by Agatha. Somebody's autographed it. So who's this Agatha? How are ye also ignorant in the lore of fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the 7th Association. Truly, no one? Most people don't know those lore Don Quixote cumbersome clothes. I would though call myself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion. Here, it's only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with the special moustache. Clearly, Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let's go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons. But how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? You didn't get picked? I never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get legitimate chance to see some free paid time off without breaking company rules. And it wasn't about to let the chance slip. I guess I did have some last minute regrets when I saw Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help them when needed. Good luck while the... Call us the Elite Four. How's that? While the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp, why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp didn't authorize the rest of the sinners to run around unmonitored. You must understand, we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ends worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have the temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Julius was pointing at what was clearly jails. Yeah, good luck resting in jail. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? I'm going to jail. I mean, her face, though. Yeah, it's living cultures, apparently. I'm a fan. I bet you look fondly back at this memory when it's all said and done, okay? I'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice. The shell cell at least has some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 billion ounce worth of time passes, I guess. What? Hey, get back here. That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Come down, alright? We'll be back before you're even... They'll shout John triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives mark my words. Set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigators' badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the steel bars. Right, looks like everyone's ready. Then let's get a move on. Have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see. The case record says that... Ah, there it is. Just a stone's throw away. What do you mean? Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first two victims is in a communicative state. Unfortunate. I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now. Go away. Incorrect. One of us will be joining our team. We're going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. We planned to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me, Class 5? See the badge? The chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. Apologies for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see Class 5 auditor all the way down here. This guy, Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5? The highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, I'm not so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows? Maybe there are Class 12 or even Class 20 employees out there. I'm sorry, I think I skipped it. Get it? Got it? Good. Let's get a move on. We stared in a silent bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building and hurriedly followed him out the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time, they're eliminating it completely, just yanking it out of circulation. So, your name is, what is your name? Mai? Relax and call me however you want. Names are such an important things, aren't they? No, names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though. Yeah, I kinda hit my microphone there. Relax and call you. Relax and call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. It does make things a tad awkward. Doesn't it? Let me think. I've got it. You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along to your adventure? Okay, but still. Reshu, who was starting off in the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke just as Rory was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... They sure warmed up to him fast. Yeah, they kinda did. We only did 5? Let's see, the third victim of this case. And this watch factory is... Hold up. I need to adjust my city position. The obviously gaudy and expensive suit. The meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. We're detectives working on the case of time killing time. My name is... What's going on? Ratio, detective. Sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Marsoft did when I reviewed those chickens. He was talking so fast. It's like someone pressed the fast forward button on him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average T Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day. But you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare, because they have so much surplus time. They can afford to condense 40-50 hours into a single day. And to people with fewer hours in a day, it looks like as though he's moving 2-3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone even had the chance to catch them in the act. You've brought a quick look of concern. You should do something before Russia S, H, and C. I don't know what that means. Quick look is a brief flicker of the flames burning on my cloak. Would you mind slowing down a bit? Just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. Shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory. Apologies for this awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100 hours days in my heyday, but the things have taken turn for the worse at the factory in the recent years. 52 hours? It looks as though you're talking very, very slowly. I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I'm willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day. Can't even imagine what that would be like. I can tell you, if you're curious, it's very, very full life, I must say. And more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day, like sleeping 10 or more hours a night, and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh. Indeed, at least dash it, if you want. Though, in an effort to demonstrate, Mumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth, while we stood there listening to his recordings. I say, I get that point. I get the point. Get to the point. I guess IDC means I don't care, maybe? It was one late evening. Let's see. Like always, I was busily walking down the street. I had a very important meeting to attend to, you know? And all of a sudden, an attack? No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Huh. My second oldest aunt used to sprinkle their salt all the time. To the point. Well, so I stopped briefly looking at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to solve the bacon. And that's when the time reaper struck. Clock tower? Each one of the 12s... clicking too fast again. Each one of the 12 zones at T-Corp has a clock tower that displays a Corp's standard timescale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, their watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So to tell their real objective time, one will have to check the clock tower. It's pretty neat. Alrighty dude, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see. But we start with the physical description. A fine tailor suit. Tailor suit? It's fancy for someone called the Time Reaper, don't you think? Must have cost me about 58 million yen. Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? How could I forget this impressive yet kidney-shaped mustache? I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I SYNC. I mean, the murderer's appearance. Well, let me think. I don't recall anything. Just happened so fast that... Halt. How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you ask something like that with such a big grin on her face? No, but it was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. Missed my very important appointment thanks to that. Hope you know, suffered so much damages. 100 hours. Well, that's like, what? A week? Yes, around a week. 100 hours? So that's a whole week in the blink of an eye? Nope, 100 hours for me is just 2 days or so. Still have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away the time. An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and the loads of prize money that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know? Some people say that once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I said that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once. He was giving away autographs. Maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for their tech assistant. But every invention at T-Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency. Though sort without a few exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine, League of Nine, the Territories, made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T-Corp was up in arms, everyone dashing out in panic, making arrests, or important meetings, while It was that big of a deal? I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yiseng. Alright, so is there anything like that registered in T-Corp's tech agency? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. Could have started there, you know? What if there's a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Russia was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off in the distance. She looked out the vector window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Yeah, no one's actually dead. Don't know where the killer is. Could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a kid luck into my very expensive suit, I say. Disagree. Your suit's shit. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you, why would you have to be able to move as fast as you do? I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Lucius strode toward him before suddenly breaking into charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Russia was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck, despite the disparity in time. Just like this. I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That'd be case closed then. All I have to do is to arrest Russia. You scared the heck out of me. Well, I suppose that villain didn't really stab me in my vitals or whatever. But he'd appear all of a sudden just like you did. See, so the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that ASS. The world left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I thought. I mean, that annoying stupid stash. Having that arcade hair is frustrating. Wait, can you think of a single person who hates someone like me? I can think of more than a few. They say that I must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailor suit. What about your employees? The Regatta's book says that to find the culprit, must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I know it probably wasn't his voice though. Should got too close to like a girl voice or something. I have no idea. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helpful. But I suppose it's at least a very good page turner. And Luke can seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too, once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit to be someone who hates the donor so much enough to take his time. That seems quite implausible, as you can see. But the laborers at this factory, they are working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up everyone. Our output gain saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is? We'll be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate. Bumble hollers at them in frustration. Laborers very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simple section taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. Boss, it's not impossible to work any faster than... Too bothersome. Less complaining, more assembling. Use your time effectively. Chop chop. I have no idea how frustrating it have been for me as of late. Did you even know? But the next batch of cogs have that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden. You can understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble, you're talking way too fast for them to understand. You know that? I don't expect them to understand the thing you're saying. Not me who's that too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busy bees like myself who make the best of their time can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city. What? No, that's a lot of bull. How they supposed to hustle, make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? Just what time? Roy, hey. I don't think someone like him will ever understand what we're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Core after all. Hey, assistant. You're class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all of this? Normal? You're detectives. Do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? No, not really, but then give this idea a thought. Why don't you? That the notion of what is normal, just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of the life in the city, regardless of which nest you are in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right here. Harsh words. I have my share of pain. I have you now. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it's to wait or something, but also have too much time in your day? So tedious. Abel gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expressive coat with care. Okay. It's not a new day yet. What time is it though? Okay, still got like 7 minutes till I can like do my free spins. Just finish that. We can finally fight somebody. Nice. Okay, let's take her. This should be good, I think. Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people around here do you think hate rich people? Maybe I should need to like move my camera here, so I think that would be better actually, to be honest. To be completely frank with everybody. We can actually like see like who talking. What kind of people already do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family, if I ever get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm going to bet that it's one of my family members who did me. Or Heathcliff. That's pretty dark joke. Culprit went straight for Bumblebee. Yeah. Reading isn't my strong suit, you know. The culprit went straight for Bumblebee, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, the culprit's hiding among the slowpokes. Clock would have noticed it. Then that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory. Someone with much time. Someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's incapable of the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, well, Dante could be right that this power was created by distortion. Nothing rules out the possibility that they may have been using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit then. More than a single culprit? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. No way. Doubt it. They don't even take drastic actions like these anymore, even back at J Corp. That's some coincidence, isn't it? Happen to know of a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway, group of people unhappy with the state of affair in the nest. Perhaps you're looking for a Eurodive. It rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Roya? We just stopped dead in her tracks. The Eurodive. Actually, I only now notice that basically the group name is like Eurodive. Like, Eurodive. So it's Eurodive. Eurodive, I guess one would read it. Eurodive. Do you know something about that organization? I just hear that they've been spraying through the nests as of late. Though it hasn't been long since they started popping up with T-Corp's borders. Direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's real bother. Standing guard here. All this stop and search, so tedious. So what are the Eurodive up to around here? What have stuff these pretty thieves get up to? Stealing things like time or money? Well, I do hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people and... Wait, stop right there. You, what are you looking around? Shifty for... to stop and search. Hey, just... it's the same guy that like we saved the like previous interval, right? He's trying to walk away from that lady with the sig and that creepy glare. Where can I find them? The Eurodive. But probably ain't too difficult. Let's see there. Hunglo. An explosion tore Hunglo to shreds as he was peeking around in an alleyway. Speak of the Devo, maybe I should have activated their pages earlier. Activate our pages? Well, starting off with a bang. Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turning the clock now. But you can bring him back? There, the explosion came from that way. Yeah, those are like the Eurodive activists, basically. Damn. What chance of T-Corp? Here to collect filthy dues? Okay, let them explain, right? Let's talk about that later. So we're fighting against Eurodive. This should be good, I think. If this are... Okay. Let's do like this. Hello, Rainer.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
아차! 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해파.
I think right now I can
착각.
do my daily extracts, basically. Yeah.
잠은 죽어서 자는 것이야. 생명이 정제. 잠은 죽어서 자는
Okay.
것이야.
I hope we can get Russia, though. I mean, that's not gonna happen, but... Yeah. Pretty much nothing.
잠은 죽어서 자는
Did we do all of them? I mean, it seems so. Yeah. Continue then. Okay, more fighting.
몸좀 풀어볼까요?
Retreat. Participation trophy. Participation trophy? Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila. It seems to me that you rewound the time and unbounded your friends. I've never seen a tag that could rewind time like that. Well, that's trade secret. As can you shall receive pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I'm aware, there is practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open and enclosed area. Either that or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that they were wasting our time chatting about insane stuff while they're getting away. Come on, Dante. What about insane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small friar revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. Then it must have something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as the TT2 protocol under the hood, no? That works only within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they're drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams. It seems that more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, and the visual elements of that process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either. Am I right? You can't just say all the gibberish and expect me able to... The process also seemed to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in a bad taste to say that it's good news, but I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat suspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty of it, only if I had to venture into one of the more dangerous places. Hello, some dude. What is TKT? I don't know, to be honest. Dangerous places like the back streets. But here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be small clockwork knob attached to your pages in there. Mind rotating it for me? Oh, time killing time? I mean, it is interesting. I really like the detective outfits they got, you know. But I basically just started. I think it's like part like 6 or whatnot. Maybe we can like actually get an explanation of how Dante like head works. That kind of, I think, what's happening there. They're kind of getting into the whole like time tech and everything. Was like what happened in the manor. Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, stepping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing at the badges we were wearing. Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That is why the special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into use that high-ranking staff members of T-Corp wear. I guess like the going to jail time was also kind of funny. And they're still in jail basically as we go around the city. When Ismail was like, yay, we're getting arrest time. And they were basically like, yeah, you actually are getting arrested here. Yeah. It's got golden time. If you keep the clockwork bound, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So I actually have to turn the clock myself. Of course, it takes some time for it to refill once a charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it comes down to you. Participation trophy. You have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. Would you do that? Not willing to help us before we get turned to shreds? For that. Good. Ready? Let's go after them then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? Pretty sure they came this way. My tracks wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Assistant, are you sure it's okay for us to just saunter behind us like you're on like you're out on a picnic? With a run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest your audio, isn't it? Is it though? My job is at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you in your investigation regarding the case of time-killing time, not making your audio arrests. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walk and helped you capture those audio rascals. What then? Will T-Corps suddenly stop having problems just because they can? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. Then KTA. Okay, it was kill them all. I see. Better kill them all. Okay, how can you like actually able to understand what she's talking about? It opens up a room for a bar syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that we're getting muscle cramps from all the running. That's... Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest them. Right, I thought Rodia would be a bit happier to be reunited with Eurodivy. Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stove and search Letty and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman. Can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Well, I think like what's going to happen now is basically she was like just robbed of time. right? Or no? Such is the life of labor. No. They got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Reaper's MO. Time Reaper got her that fast. She in a state of absolute stillness. Death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. Phobic art. Though she may be in a state of stasis, those of us watching from the outside, for her this must be brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all the time? Guys, it's a crime scene. Let's try to not touch the body. I mean, the victim. Look, there must be some sort of special temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. She's entirely incorporeal. Is this seriously the time to... Or they're up ahead. They're up ahead. Looked around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion. Got a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. You, stop. Russia, think you can catch up? You're a hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you, just this once. She's pretty fast. Russia, she was fast when she finds something interesting. Been a while since I've seen people like you. They kind of sprint forward like their eyes fixed on the horizon. If everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet to take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know why that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Mersault. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm. It's not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? The same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah? Maybe she saw someone suspicious. Approached them, pressed stop and search. Got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she will recover. That's true, I guess. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure I captured him alive? Hey, Richard, doesn't he kinda look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the rodeo we already run into. Clothes are just husks, can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. Don't mind the suspicious one. Anyone who ran up. If someone like you started sprinting after them with that big sword into your hands. You have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the your way starve. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. Prepare this secret weapon just for this occasion. Watch out! But nothing happened. What was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Yorubay T-Core branch. The portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. This will call every single Yorubay in its range to this exact location. There? See what I mean? We see the problem relevant among inventors. They don't know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. Pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Okay. Finally get to actually fight somebody. Yeah, that should be good.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
고귀하게.
전투강목 하나만큼 결에 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
너무 쉽군요.
하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
선생님 봤어요?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Yeah, that should be good.
좋겠네요.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Wait, does she actually deal bleed? Because like I don't remember like if your kid has any like bleed skills.
착각하지 마라.
Yeah, let's see, let's see. Do it like show the support units I can use? No, I guess we have to see during like the actual quest. Like how you even call those stages, I guess. Let's see. So her first skill does what? Okay, it inflicts 1 bleed. This one get like what? Okay, also get bleed. Good. Hmm. What's the max value? Max value is like 20. Here it's also 20. And then like third skill supposedly consumes all of those. Okay. So probably like don't want to spend the stacks, just want to like have them and deal more damage. That would kind of make more sense.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
So we shouldn't really use skill 3 then. Do we actually want to like kill something?
9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
대가리 딱 떼고
적절한 걸 준비해야지.
먹기 좋게 차려져 있지 않나.
Okay.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
대가리 딱 떼고
Damn, she lost the clash though. Her sanity is only 13.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하겠는군. 보통 결에 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Okay. What about like our like third skill? She also has like two of them, right? Like 25 plus. Okay. I see. So you should be free to use this for now at least. Should be all good.
딱 대고
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
부족해 찾아잡지 않나.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
But we should finish them
거기에
already, I think.
부족해 찾아잡지 않나.
And she's pretty buffed right now.
내가 알아서 처리한다.
I don't think I should spend the buffs.
장군님 봤어요?
골치 아픈
Okay.
고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
No Spanish stacks. Probably not. Why would I even?
대가리 딱내 죄는 내가 알아서 내 죄는 내가 알아서 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
It kinda yes deals more damage, but I think keeping the stacks on the red eye issues kind of
아니야.
makes more sense.
그러면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게.
Maybe.
그리고 제2 권속으로서의
Hard to tell to be honest, but kind of think that's the idea basically.
참
Yeah, that's nothing. Whatever. Okay, we're selecting Rush again. This one.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Eurodivu members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? To the watch chains of T-Corp and your clock. Your clock, he says. It's basically like a Scooby-Doo, like... I guess, how I call those? I forgot. Reference, I guess? Yeah, Scooby-Doo reference. It's a little elementary, because I'm an ass detective. I exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yup, we're always detectives. I'll admit, I shouldn't have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. It's a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you prepare yourselves. Don't you worry about our bets. We got a class 5 staff with us, you know? I can deduce a few things about you. 1. That man's outfit, that aloof look on his face. I see it's likely that you're not lying, that he's really is a class 5 staff. 2. You're absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to run down a hideout like this. What does this have anything to do with this? With shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure's run down. Right, how about this? I'll set this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'd be like cheating if we were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Do you not get any say in this? In any of this? No, don't. You don't get anything. In nothing.
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고
운이 따라준다면
Yeah, let's see.
좋네요. 재밌네요.
부족해 차려졌지 않아. 부족해 차려졌지 않아.
Okay. Then, let's just see like her first skill does what? Like, offense levels 51. On self and alive with the highest max HP. Consume up to 20 blood feast. I have 10. And apply 1 blooming turn for every 10 blood feast consumed. Okay. So basically, it gives a shield to self and one ally. I see. And the second one is I mean, this one obviously does more damage. Self and one ally. Apply one attack power up. There's kind of reason to try and use this, like, not really that better. And there are 2 hits, but it's gonna hurt. You can have a counter there also. So again, first, second, third. I would like prioritize skill 1. I think maybe, but yet again, this one has like 2 hits. This one has 3. More importantly, like 1 of bleed count. I think I better use this one. I like this.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는 거. 이 처리는 빠르게 하는 게 겨울 답답한 법이지.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
의심,
Okay.
불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠.
이놈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지
알아듣겠습니까?
마라.
지금
홀려버려도 구해주지 않을
적기라는
테니.
것입니다.
Like 20 stacks of those. Let's see. Yes, that's because you consume like all of those. And the attack weight is only like 1 still. I don't think we need that, like just skip on it, maybe like this, yeah.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
부족해 차려졌지 않나.
선생님, 봤어요?
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테. 적합한 조치였어.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
And glue's been useful, no way.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다. 딴테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
Yeah, this should be good.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
I don't think I should spend the stacks on ration. Seem to be doing fine.
추잡하네.
너무 쉽군요.
So's my blood fiend.
너무 쉽군요.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 딴테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Yeah, I should be careful about spending the stack though.
재밌네요. 선생님, 봤어요?
부족해 차려. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
She basically does like most of the damage.
착각하지 마.
Yeah,
해.
here it is.
내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내
Okay, the next one.
닥쳐라. 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
We're going to use like those 3 like sinners to the rest
소속한 구보
of these, I guess. What?
물론 좋은
Just, like Intervallo, yeah.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비하지.
Okay, so fixed encounter. That's what we have here. What you can do.
너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도
Okay. I think we can just like do that. Like why not? Okay. They do something with those guys. can do that then. What about him? We can try doing that. And see how it goes. There's a way though, right? I should go like this, maybe.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리해 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
단테님 봤어요?
Why I only got like the text once inertia? What does it say? Again.
홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
Okay, once per turn. I see. So there is no real point in doing those multiple times, right?
도움이 필요하세요? 단테님?
10 plus bleed. I mean, this could work maybe. What else? Leave it like that. So why not? And use rush. Like finish him. Or whatever. You also maybe clash like this. I don't know what I'm doing.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 겉에.
Didn't kill him? Like what? Wow, this is insane. At least I got like some actual damage in Russia. Yeah, probably finish like this guy like this. What else? Something like this, and then I don't know.
대가리 딱 떼도 먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 겉에.
She's doing great at least.
너무 쉽군요.
Yeah, that's good. Nice.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은
Let's do like this.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
골치 아픈
Okay, she has lots of stacks.
되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
So what can we do? Here we can do like stuff like this basically, why not? Her. I can make her go there. And let's see. I can just like, I don't know, like wait for stuff with her. I can also use like the this shit. So why not? Because why not? Should like, I mean, I don't need the heal, but I think it's gonna be more damage than whatever we're doing, like with our regular attacks.
기적해 차려졌지 않나.
And just let the crush deal the damage.
숨줄만 붙어있군.
Yeah, that should be like,
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데.
just let him evade,
남자들로
whatever.
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요. 단테.
Let make her to deal like actual damage. Okay. This will maybe finish him. But I'm not sure. Though. Let's go like this.
대가리 딱 떼고
예쁘네. 내 피부에서.
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는
Oh, nice damage.
전투감과 가만큼은 수감자가
I mean, too bad it's only like one turn of bows. And it's over already.
도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
I mean, I probably should have been clashing, but I know it's just fun to like evade with him
필요하세요? 단테님?
and whatnot.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라.
Okay.
흘려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
I could probably like do like this kind of spam. Okay, not much speed though, right? Okay, that's clashing alright. And what? Not much stacks on her. And that should be good.
고귀하게.
Let's see how much damage the Ursher will do.
지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, actually.
으타! 먹어 치워라.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
And Yiseng also being useful. Wait, why did you call him Yiseng? It's Honglu, right?
거기
대가리
조각이
딱
되었군.
떼고
예쁘네. 내
나쁘지 않은
피부에서.
성과입니다.
But I guess you can like spend the stakes on Russia. Should be fine. We clearly moved our conversation to the hideout after defeating the Euro Review members. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. Looks like Rash are getting tired of playing detective. I surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. Would you like to us to confess that Werder you Rodivi or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rodic confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Rodivi captain. Right. Questioning time. You've always hated this state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't you? Again, must you really require about something you could discern simply by looking around? Mind if I take a gander at these inventions? We don't just go around touching. See, this hedgehog toy is time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the biome as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range. If it doesn't recognize the biome as unauthorized individuals, it will shoot out its spines to penetrate the intruder. But you screwed the bars too tightly down here. You do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you just slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon shaped, not circular. You could tell all that from a quick look. You're certainly no common employee. Either way, most of those are experiments, incomplete products. In truth, yeah, making more dangerous, destructive inventions too, right? Really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of time-killing time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? This is something that rubs you the wrong way. You go ahead and smash it to bits. It's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? What do you think you already are? Sounds like this friend of yours. They really messed up big time in the past, hmm? Did he do something drastically violent? Oh, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things. Things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with confidence that we could really change the world, that it was really not as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything. Not like these guys, I bet. The G-Corp purely they are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp, or... It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, they're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes in this world. Changes that your detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? Indeed, Saint Sonia was the only one who really sparked the fire in the already in every nest. Well, it isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's besides the point. You're already in every nest? Sonia did that? So claimed to be Saint Sonia's friend. Allow me to say it's on certain terms. Your already has nothing to do with your case. Sonia here. Are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can still time our timepieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time, making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agents' attention. And that is trouble that I'm not willing to invite. Why? It's only been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what your already wants? Chaos? Please, don't compare us to likes of backstreet gangs, though there are those among us who want the chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. But such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain. So must adhere to the Saint's teachings, truly tear out the throats of the rich. We must wait for the right moment. The right moment? So it really was Sonia. I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Because she is. You invited her to join her journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. And he says, let's leave for now. After arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Roddy ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing dark expression, something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Roddy captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, then I can't let you leave without giving you some advice. As the more experienced detective, I was able to establish a few things from this conversation. So, allow me to share them with you. Right. You dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes. Is this a common thing that you right away get up to? No, only the right away branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The G-Corp Collections Agency knows everything about time, where it comes from, where it goes. But not with this case. But they know everything about comings and goings of time. How are you avoiding their eyes? What all of us do. I can tell you more. However, it's not that we have an ace up our sleeve that let us continue our curiosity activities in this nest. Okay, I think I'll go and have like a bathroom break or something. I'll be back soon. Hello there, Orchidia. I mean, do you mean like I remember you? I mean, yeah, I do. I've seen it before. I gotta turn the camera back. Okay. So we're doing. Okay, I was reading the story basically, right? What of us? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more. However, just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guru activities in this nest. Anyways, doesn't it strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or a belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence that points to their beliefs. I think that adapts nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this pummeling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we know where the already we are. We can always come back here if we need anything else. True, I guess.
착각하지 마라. 해파 거태. 내 놈들
The artwork, though.
강해진 게 아니라 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을
We're like being going around the city and stuff. Here we can see like the first kind of, not the first, but like the force victim, right? Not like what? I think that's Russia. This is who exactly? The culprit, maybe? I don't know. Okay, I need to get more. Need to get more on caffeine. Let's continue then. Well then, the Rodivi is swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Reaper is still at large. What now, as detectives? We don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout. Why don't we follow him? Want to tell that guy you're Rodivi? Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. Should torture them one by one until someone breaks. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's books, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155. Nikihara gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives. I've been reading it whenever I can. The narrative is pretty time thievery, but changed the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change? It's said that the Rodway started from a small group of nobodies. They kept it slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I hear that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests. They find out it's difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying there, Tigor? Running low on time, burning full of frustration, and come join the Rodway. Like most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident, determined that they will one day bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I found them extremely fascinating to witness to what end the to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead? Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry, do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case? There's a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family outdoors boards to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return. Because they're birds, better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. Many things in this world presume that they deserve to call themselves family. I never heard you talk like that, Rasha. What did we ever accomplish? With such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I finally deserted something was on my heart, you know? No, I'm not most people. From the distance, loud, rapid footsteps broke through Roddy's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodv. They're here. Don't give them a sip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe we'll catch them this time if they learn to breathe like Marcel, Trasher. Roddy, let's... Roddy came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just... Watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I was stagnated and changing. It's making me feel... rather hesitated. Odd. Okay. So basically I think Rhoda kind of starts to doubt herself. That she didn't really believe Sonia to like be able to change anything. And when finally he saw that, well, he actually brings some change into the world. She kind of starts to like second guess that we should have actually followed him or something. You're late, Clock. The two sinners had a head start. But it didn't take very long time before we got up to them and saw them quietly knitting behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. Should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Rush and Hunglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we just have to do our part and capture them. What's wrong, Rhoda? Just... every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Rhoda? Nope. I'm not gonna let this drag me down. Just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be nice if the culprit showed up right now, so I can get my hands on him and get this over with? This waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real badass when I arrest him. So I need to recover quick. No, that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, and that's how emotions are supposed to be. Constantly changing with me this time, you know? Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say the change in emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. Just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurodv rascal, that's all. I know. You know, I want to be a nice detective. And you shall have your chance. Chance for you to be the center of attention, subject of praise. That long coat, that hat. You are... Roger Dante. The culprit run that way. You're the Time Reaper. Correct. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Russia to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I'm no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodv. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Do you know that even the Eurodv didn't use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2. I'm not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the time in dying hours, to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the time sand instead. What? Who are you talking about? Shut up, man. All this flying over your head, isn't it? Your poor little thing. Starved for you in a morsel of praise. This is both the correction of your ignorance and our final warning. You wish to capture me? No, us. You must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're a big scary time reaper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying your hand, isn't there? There's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech. You can touch my time. It's like they say detectives deductions. Right. They've given me 2 more corrections to make. 1. We're not the one killing time. It's you. And everyone like you who's killing time. 2. Indeed, we can't rip time away from just anyone. No. But I can take yours. Because you, this very moment, are my Ardentedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen? Killing time. You're merely taking the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe. You might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. Stir awake when the clock strikes 4. 50 years' time. Haven't done nothing, and lived through nothing. All in the blink of an eye. That's when it's all shot down on you, the despair. It'll come rushing in like a flood. Disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain, a reminder of every single second you've killed. Thinking about how tedious it all. Look scared. I like that look in your eyes. Roger stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Reaper. He walked away from us. Not me, not Rodia. The culprit, where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Reaper, How could you give them the sleep? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away their time. The Reaper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seems to me that Rodia decided to not say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. And I grew Ryoshi. Ryoshi, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation time either, okay? Some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve this case, not like you, either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Drescher might swing her scabbard at Rodia, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief. Rodia, Sorry, I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Okay, we're getting closer to an ending. Is there even a dungeon in this Intervallo? It was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Rhoda's in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if he sang or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice, but neither Roshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood, so we just trudged on with our investigation. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Reaper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes is the kind of look of the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either. But what is it? Culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices. The Eurodivi must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see path invisible to them. Rode? Something Sonny once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. It's just not my style. And chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer is a former member of the Eurodivi. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Sometime later. I mean, like, the Time Reaper literally said it. That he was, like, from Eurodivi. But not really their member anymore. Damn it. The Reaper got our boss. You asking if anyone quit recently? Well, not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T-Corp, share it equally among everyone. Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that when his younger brother died. He became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Eurodivi. We must bide our time until the Saint gives us the board. If that's all. Where is he? No idea. Unless I heard he said something like, "Oh, we'll be watching you." Creepy, ain't it? But I suppose that means that he's still hanging around somewhere within T-Corp borders. Our bossman is gonna be back to normal, right? He always be watching. Clock. Was burned cigarette or kill. But you're always smoking. Because it takes about 4 minutes for the stick to burn all the way through. You get to watch the light of life slowly burn out in their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes? Not that it takes only 4 minutes for the cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. That doesn't make sense. How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. The moment our little game of detective started, at this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? Been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of pain it is to wait for something, but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious. Thinks it's real bother. Standing guard here. All this stop and search, so tedious. Hey, isn't. What were the first two victims doing when the Reaper struck? Let's see. One of them was detected about purchasing 13 flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading comic books starring T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. And there are a lot of clock towers in T-Corp. Total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp. Just one in this general area. The Town Reaper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower? It made everyone in the area feel the sense of extreme tedium. Tedium? I see. So that's what it was. You can reap time only from people who are bored. The clock tower should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detectives? Huh? You have to catch them in the act. You can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it. What do we have to let them attack us or something? So we can catch them in the act? Don't you know, you can literally reap the time out of you. One more mistake and you might pick up weeks, months, or even years later. Don't even know. That's the kind of thing that Dante can find. Yes, it's all very tragic, but it's still part of your responsibilities. You don't even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he reaps time all you care about? Right on again, as detective. I just thought that there were no inventions at T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T-Corp patents agency, no. I wanted to watch as it spreads through the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine, the literatures, I don't care whether we watch the culprit or not, catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind Occurip's time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. I'm not supposed to even get anything done with people like... Excuse me, Mr. Assistant? There's something I'd like to ask you. Back when Marcel stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly? That decent friend, yes it did. You have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. Do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ounces worth of time from Marcel? Was it really because it was broken? What are you talking about? It's basically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults, usually. Then the source of the terror must be Marcel, or all of us, right? Not the machine. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You are not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. Credits go to Lady Agatha. You'd say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness. After all, I thought the condition of getting accept from our time tax that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again, as if to address my concerns. I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now listen close. A plan? Okay. Getting to fight somebody. Interesting. Is this the Time Reaper? You also somehow get like all of them.
소재가 나를 원하신다.
I mean, not like I'm going to complain about it,
이거 참 설레는구려.
but I guess that would mean that you already like catch them. So, does this really work? It's barely planned and more like something we came up with this in the last 10 minutes, but still annoying. Let's hide. Hiya. I've been waiting for you. You just say hiya to the Reaper? How interesting. Well, did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings? See, you've been telling us this whole time. Of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time? You're right. So you can teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time, and we might tell you. What, 30 hours? What is this, a bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these cells. We would have spent the time reaping more hours from others. I say that it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the nest lackeys, working with those filthy boy chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If I let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happens to those that oppose us. Seconded. Let's try the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sod it. Let's stab as deep as we can go. Don't want to repeat of the packet at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight to the center, for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away, just a guess of 100 hours. Silence. I will decide the time. We'll stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours off from him. There should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. We divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another. Yeah, I can roll with that. It's almost like there are multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Angler did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, though he was ready to let something go. Perhaps it was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours? 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, there will be no pain, only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. And I'll like that. Rip my time away. Didn't mean that, did he? Time tyrannizer, is it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time. Though it was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is still highly fascinating. So this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant. Powers that only one could have powers that only one could have dreamt of. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why can't we rip away your time? I see. Everything went according to a plan. So same. I blinked. The world was just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? Looked right into a trap, you daft idiots. Don't you understand? Detectives. AOTS. That's a relief. I worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago. Like I said earlier, the temporal scale Galo isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? This caused the multi-reference error in temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. What you're saying is, because we are living within Tante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time? I had no idea. Well, all that is news to us. Then there is really no way the Time Reaper to know that either. So, when the Time Reaper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when just skip it, yes. That's when Roddy and Rasha can swoop in, like the awesome people we are, and arrest the culprit. That's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really what if the Time Reaper manages to rip Hungler's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. I wonder how long the record will last once the news of malfunction in Clock Tower breaks. won't be so entertaining to watch as people trust in this intuition of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble. It's going to be such a fun show. Try my best not to malfunction. Tick tock, tick tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with the perpetual cycle of pain, like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise, it's a bit different. It's kind of noise that makes me dream of something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. Not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit, but a big fight's about to break out. And I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners. I can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time. Let us out right before they caught the culprit. So how was it, manager? Mentioned with just 3 sinners. Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson, that my absence was deeply felt. I'm making all over just from sitting inside the jail cell. I never want to go back to a place like that. Right. So that's the Time Reaper something? Distortion we must defeat. Okay, so it's actually distortion then. Wow.
그래서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Okay. And this should be good, maybe. What else? And then, like, do all of our attacks, like here. And this should be good.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Okay, we're getting some sanity.
단순해서 좋군, 9번 수감자.
Okay, I wasn't able to actually evade here.
성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Which kind of sucks.
작전일 걸.
So I can like, just tank this attack. Shouldn't be a problem for me. And what about... Oh yeah. Let's see about this one. I shouldn't use this one. I don't know. Let's see. And how much sanity does she have? Okay, let's clash with her.
좀 찍었네.
Okay, yeah, we're winning the clash.
나라도
It actually stagger him.
해잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있어
Which I mean, it's kind of bad. Oh, whatever. He will take a hit though.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게
Actually, the only one here.
상황을 개선해 보시지.
But that's actually not the hit I'm wanting to take. Well, let's see if we can do something about this one. Why is it in a post? Clashable. Okay. No problem then. This.
점 찍었네.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 있는
Okay. Just gain speed, whatnot.
효과를 기대했었죠.
Speed is kind of not that good. I shouldn't use that, obviously. Okay, maybe clash one attack. And this one. Well, this one though. I'll have to take the damage then. Okay, let's see about this one. Neutral? No way. What about like using the ego though? Okay. It's kind of weird a bit, but what you gonna do about it? Okay, how much stacks? Only 4. Good then. Let's go, I guess.
달려라 루시한테 정의는 승리한다.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테 적합한 조치였습니다. 직접 싸워보질 않았어. 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나? 관리자의
And like more blood stacks on him. I just let this guy tank, maybe. Just do nothing. But I'm still gonna retract this now. I clash here. Here maybe, here not really. I can take the defense though. something like go here. But this should be good.
점 찍었네.
산토류 경을 온 라샹 끝을 낼 시간
Okay, did it stagger him? Yeah, should have right. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Let's finish him. Should probably like save my like nice skills. But like when the actual combat starts. Can I use like S1 once here
점 찍었네.
when it's staggered. Just increase his like bleed count and whatnot. Okay. And he's trying to die really hard. He's kinda bad. Well, what you gotta do about it? I think like offset stuff with him, maybe. He's blocked us again. Okay. Do we have like blood feast to kill him? I probably do, so we should be fine. Okay, so we done that. There's also like one attack here. And we can maybe use like that, to be honest. Who cares, right? Should be able to like to win this. And of course win this, obviously. We should go like this, I think. And that should actually kill him. Like, I think I'm thinking way too much. He's not gonna survive that.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나라
This kind of like, I don't know, isn't this even like a boss? I think it's kind of mini boss, maybe. It's not hard, to be honest. I think I could have like win this with win rate. If I'm being completely honest. Probably should have. Meanwhile, this was kind of remembered how to actually think during the match encounter. Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers? Ever wish that your heart would never ever sleep, for its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time? I suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Reaper slips into the shimmering portal. A mirror version of the Phantoms appears to be the same kind as the one I have seen before. Hey Dante, I've got a question. It just occurred to me for the first time. Where do all the time that you use, where do they come from? Well, that's... I don't have thought where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. We see. Yeah, who cares, I guess. Truly. Wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Resha quickly shut us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We didn't question it further. all a mirror dungeon of the Phantoms. Let's go. So I guess we do have a mirror dungeon after all.
걸작을 자아냈나? 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지
Okay, let's see. 2 of those.
아시지 않는구려.
Yeah, that should be easy. So this is the culprit's Phantoms. 91 minutes. The time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestone. It's about time you quit that your death thing, brother. Barely have enough time to scrape by. Wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Treat me like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the G-Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? But just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? When that moment comes, we don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Take the Grade 1 Inventor Certificate exam or something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. There's a pretty hefty prize of money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know? Did you know that other nests everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second. What if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? And maybe we'll get to leave 24 hours a day too. I got a full night's rest and still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. But all my hatred of the system remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield, an excuse for inaction. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I didn't have time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed here there. Thus, I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like that old comic book I used to read, to dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow, anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10 hours a day, 10-hour days. But my brother can get out of its way, because he doesn't have enough time. Ours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. Run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I failed to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared, because my life was spent in a rush. It was entirely slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor, this lollipop sooner. Man, can't wait to read what would happen next. Once somebody knocked me out and baked me up when the next volume's out. The city. Can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait. They captured the little abrupt flick at the tip of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wing, yes. It's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Still 3 in the afternoon. This is one long shift. But not this tedious busywork end. There's too many people who so differently kill time. Time will come, just like the saint said. It's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small time stuff? Just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked time. If only the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now's the time for action. I find everyone so content with killing their time. And the clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at disparate rates. Some live in 44 hours a day, some live in 4 hours days. We are not like the Eurodivi. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into? Within me is a place where all may live on equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Explanations fail to justify our time killing. Yet I'm not the time killer. It's the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one ever took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day. They should just pass the time. Killing time. I set the dying times from their wasteful clutches. They will still claim that I am in the wrong. Okay. So I guess there's no way for me to use the supports, right? But I think I'll just use this team. Should be good. And who cares? I mean, this dungeon is like, it's kind of long, I guess, but I don't know. Let's go. You enter the dungeon of the Phantoms. It resembles a teacup street. Past the crowds of busy passers-by, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. The vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with your art. Okay. We're this close to unveiling the truths of the time-killing time. I don't exactly know how this case will end. We've been decided to forge on. The brilliance, our guiding light. Okay, this is you can buy something there. Okay, I mean, this should be good, obviously. What else? I don't know. All of this stuff was kind of weird, to be honest. Let's just save some money, I guess.
라만 차량들을 뒤엎는다.
위에서 당신을
Okay, this is like the regular battle.
관리당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Should be good. Like this maybe, I think.
점 찍었네.
그렇게
Okay, we're good.
처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
I mean, just this one then. And this should be good, right? Just wait here. Do this, and maybe this, and do like this.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네.
Feel good.
꿰뚫려라.
그간의 전투 경험이
Okay, nice.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌
적합한 조치였습니다.
Okay, that's good. This is also good. Nice. Nice. Okay.
고귀하게
아류탄 투성을 찢겨라.
따뜻한
합격장. 합격장.
골치 아픈 것들 고급 조각이
Yeah, that should be it.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
It's kind of easy. I can't like not think at all. I need to like this somewhat try to, you know, win the clashes and stuff. Right. People from all walks of life, all with different hours to spend in a given day, speak and move about in varying speeds. Sound coming from this odd inequality fills the street with congruence. Do people catch your attention in that case? The rich-looking youth, despite his apparent time affluence, is walking in a brisk pace toward the street. And a poor-looking old man, despite his apparent time poverty, is slowly walking into an alley with a leisurely look on his face. Who to follow? Tremor, tremor, tremor. I don't need tremor. We go after them. Let's just spend our time and busy feet. Getting down the street, your head brimming with thoughts of time inequality. Okay, nothing happened. We just should have.
좀 풀어볼까요?
위에서 당신을
Okay, let's see.
관리하는 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Then I should use this one.
있겠습니다.
Here it's kind of obvious. Yeah. Okay, good, good. And this is also good. Actually, which just give me. It only gives on the weight, so like no real reason to like use it like this. Okay, but this should be good like this though.
이 기회에 평소
Okay.
진실을 확인해 보죠. 따뜻해. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Yeah. Let's go with this.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 일주간의 전투 경험이
무기를
쓸모가
만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
적합한 조치였습니다.
I guess we're like getting our what RSP like app. There is no real reason to actually kind of think about what kind of moves we're going to use, because we're like really overpowered at that point already.
산소류 경혈 온 라샹.
They're doing great though. So standard. It's like 2 a.m. already. Yeah, I think we're gonna finish this Intervallo, and that's gonna be it for today. Let's see. About to go next. Oh, we can go like this. Yeah.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 시
Okay, this is like a focused encounter.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
I guess we should like kill them one by one, basically. Like, what else to do, honestly?
기대된다.
실밥이 터졌나?
They just seem to be kind of tanky.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴데 적합한 조치였습니다. 얼간이들이 흥겨워하는
Okay, this is good.
저처럼 저럴 때 이유가 있는 법입니다.
Let's see here.
이유를 잡아
Yeah, this will settle it.
보시죠.
About her. We can just do that. Here, let's go here. Let's see like this.
하면 좋겠네요.
Probably should be fine.
장군님 봤어요?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 더 낫지한 법이지.
완성돼.
꿰뚫려라.
Okay, only one left. We can just do damage.
조각이 되었습니다. 나쁜 점이 성공입니다.
Nice. I mean, this interval is like pretty easy, to be honest. I think like the blade lineage one was like way harder. Especially if you're like not really paying attention here. You see a victim of the Time Reaper. You can even touch them thanks to this special temporal displacement superposition phenomenon. Is there anything you can do to help here? Let's try to help. You've done everything you could, but none of it yielded a meaningful result. You can't move, and you can't physically touch them. But you find a suspicious looking receipt from under the victim's foot. This might be a clue.
운은 실력과도 연관되어 있죠?
Deal more damage against faster enemies. Okay. I don't know if like that's going to help us, to be honest. Well, let's see.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
I didn't have like enough resources to like use her ego. Like what? How did this happen? Weird stuff, you know.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Well, maybe we can get some to like use it on the kind of the final like encounter, basically the dungeon boss. You can call him so. Like what else are you gonna call him? Alright. Not the dungeon boss, then what? Let's see.
점 찍었네. 합격점.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 그런 맛이 나는 그간의 전투 경험.
Yeah, that was kind of useful. But truly.
단순해서 좋군.
Okay, I can just finish it with the, you know, with the win rate button.
달고 짭짤한 걸.
Can we though?
저 수감자는
Yeah, we can.
기억해 두겠습니다, 단테. 면담에서 치하할 만한 일이 생겼을 때 언급하란.
Nice. Pretty close to like actually finishing it. Secret hideout of the Yurdawe. Yurdawe is fervently reciting the text given to them by the saint. Become nothing but cogs in the machine that exists solely for the industrialists, purges, and the wings. What else, what other human relation remains among the citizens but the narrow self-interest and heartless bonds created by capital? Thus, we shall cast aside the gold and fill in metal we call coin. Instead, we shall trade our bonds with one another based on our needs. To the haves, the laws of the nests, and our shields that protect their privileges. Yet, to the have-nots, their chains that shackle us. Shackle somebody. Shackle us. And we shall defy the laws of the nest. We shall show them the rest of the have-nots. All that the Eurodivoy have to lose is our chains. All that we have to gain is a world without hunger. The Eurodivoy suddenly points in our direction. Looks like we're going to have to say something. As soon as the senior finished speaking, the room immediately falls cold and silent. Like the idea, but there's no way it will work, right? Rodway, who appears to be their leader, points at the door and motions you to leave. Leave the place before something happens. Okay, nothing happened. It kind of was trying to do anyway. Like, actually something useful though. I should buy these maybe. Who knows? Yeah, I should just leave, to be honest. Alright, let's proceed with the story and the boss battle.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
위에서 당신을
Okay, so I guess story is after this.
합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Well,
기대하고 있겠습니다. 단테.
let's see, I need to like upset his block, right? Not block, but he's like evade and whatnot. Don't have enough like key resources to like do the fun stuff here. Let's see. How is it unopposed? Like unclashable. Oh, I can take that. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what happens, just for fun.
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나고 일처리 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지. 나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
Didn't I upset that I evaded him? Well, whatever. Who cares, right? At least do something with this one. Not a lot we can do about her though, fortunately. So might as well like let her take the hits. Deal damage here. The only way, honestly.
점 찍었네.
Okay, please show on the clash here. I can apply lots of bleed. He only got like 10.
그간의 전
Kind of not really used to like the bleed counts in non-dungeon missions, you know. Okay, when are we gonna? I see, I see. I'm doing that anytime soon. Would seem. Okay, this should be good. Unopposed? Like how exactly? What? Okay, okay. Let's say like go like this. Yeah, this looks good.
후회하게.
Bloody hell. This is really getting on my nerves. Hiding us, yeah? Gives a proper view. Damn it. I didn't have to show them my true form. We couldn't be sure. There were multiple personalities in the Reaper's head, or if it was truly the voices of the many. But here several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Reaper cornered grabbed the labels, his long coat and...
저런 광대물이 앞에선 그저
Sure.
당신에겐 커다란 벽이겠고
Why not the? Oh yeah, the speed, yes. Okay then. What about this guy? Struggling. Oh, give me that. Don't give me that, man. Okay. For here. Clashable. Who's left? Who's left? Okay. Yeah, this looks good to me.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라
I hope they're gonna win the clash, yes. That's nice. I think we haven't lost a single clash in this battle. Nice. Another one.
만찬에 집중해
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다.
운이 따라준다면
Didn't like I've said everything? Irritating little tricks. Remember what you said earlier? Wouldn't be the time to put that to use. But I'm sorry, not that you used too much time. There is too much time from all of us. Shh, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more time in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Look how much time I will save by taking care of them right here and now. We shall share this burden of time together.
대체로 저럴 땐 이유가 있는 법입니다.
Clashable.
쫓아보시죠.
I'll let the funny guy handle this. Maybe not. Let's go like this. Yeah, that should be good.
점 찍었네.
This doesn't make sense. That had to work. More tricks, is it? Wait up. Took 5 hours from earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? Only took 2 from that side. So that as soon as we deal with this present threat, focus on the battle for now. You with the present threat when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. Understand? That is why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope. I'm giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't evenly divide by... Shut up about the last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtractions. Oh wait. What the hell was that? Who said that? It's the new one, isn't it? You're starting to fight each other. Get it? You're saying that now is our chance, right? Didn't let me attack. She survived that though. It's very good. Let's see. Okay, that should be good. Need to do an offset here and maybe here. This would be good, yes. Or here. What's that? Unclashable? Okay. Let him offset this then. And maybe like this. This should be good, I think.
점찍었네.
산소류 경혈부 라샹 끝을 낼 시간.
We're going to like stagger him? No? We should stagger him. Maybe not.
실밥이 터졌나?
강력한 공격은 단순히
Okay, I actually did this.
점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저는 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
I mean, he's staggered though. Ah, not like all parts of him. I see, I see. Can we clash something like this? I should be able to. This is her. Okay, should be good then. I'm gonna take one hit then. Kind of stat them all pretty much. Okay. This would be good. What else? What I forgot? Him? He can go here.
죄인인가?
귀찮은 부위가 번질러진 모양이죠, 관리자. 우선순위를 잘 분배해서 잘라내길 기대하겠습니다. 의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포.
Okay.
들이 들끓을 때가
We're doing pretty good, pretty good.
알아듣겠습니까? 지금이
Should upset the block though. I'll not let him deal with it. Maybe not really. Yeah, this should be good. Let's go.
죄인인가?
I think that's it. I'm gonna survive this attack. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the draw of Intervallo 4 was kinda easy. If only I had 10 more minutes. Not a minute, a few more seconds even. Could have changed so much more if I only had the time. Or so I thought once upon a time. So, what did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I'm the creator of every change you see around you. I know. Oh, what the burning question is. Changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horrible nests. There is so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So listen up and listen close, because there is only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stop in time. Stop time? Our assistant's expression turned bitter. Couldn't elaborate. Well, like he could understand me. The sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Reaper to relay my question. Like always, the OCA Special Operation Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Reaper a distortion with a complicated classification code. And that's how the case of time-killing time closed. But... I'm so happy that you finally caught the perpetrator. Behold, my portrait is finally complete. Isn't it so wonderful? Well, slow everyone. Let's stop being lazy and get to work. Yes, chop chop. The resistance said much earlier was right. The corp didn't change. Not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Reaper, Honglu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell. The moment I began thinking about how my time could just get ripped away from me, I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral. Yeah, but I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Radia. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How do you know that? Watching you, Radia, reminded me I didn't resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt that I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. That moment is so precious, so beautiful. Right, lads and lasses, gather around. We're running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of time-killing time, and for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, ace detectives? What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rodia? Everything okay? I don't know if you even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rodia, we actually captured the culprit, didn't we? It's possible, only because we all worked together. Let's say everyone did a great job out there. Rodia, Honglu, Rashu, all three of you. Good work. Me, Honglu, and Rashu I just covered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. I was ridiculous. Well, this said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. That's funny. That was this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make the LF. Simple detective. Right, can we huddle a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small? But I haven't done anything. It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right, then 1, 2... Hold! Hold! Click. Chief Executive Director, it's time. Oh my. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I'm sure to not get even a speck of dust on it. Don't worry about having to run it through a washer. Chief Executive Director? When did he... Not so long since I had a date this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. Just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case? Not you know? Let's see. Considering your rather competent command on the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snatch the exceptional of for... actually no. Perhaps you receive the distinctive award instead, since you can't explain the mechanisms of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows through you doesn't seem to be very different from the concept of time I'm used to. But I don't have any prize money to hand out. Allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's something that's been a thorn in my side as well. And another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believed my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but the mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of the star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time, while men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, when there is no path left for the dream to go. This was wrong, but I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding time right before my eyes, in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it's my current hypothesis. They are not actually rewinding time, but the potential is a potential still. And the distortion that trips time is another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time, not yet. So my dream, once still as a lake, had become wild as rushing river once again. You're different and afraid attitude toward time. It also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death. And I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of illusion, from death and annihilation, shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing, like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed. Therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flaw. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says they're having trouble following your train of thought. Apologies. I've been thinking out loud. I must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of 10 billion yen time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened in a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your life stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. Little nap, and wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is, if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but understand. Then... Oh, it almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus company handed me? Monolith, in there, really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them, as many as you have in stock. Cheers. That's made a sale. That's a sale made. It was really pricey too. Who knows, maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith? What are you planning to do with... It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in the hearts under the starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is increasingly bizarre. Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dripping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monolith should be so easily bought or sold. See them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. To understand the ramifications of selling artifacts could force a distortion, I trust. This world is apparently but technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human, slaughtering. Not all of those have started with intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. Other boards, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you can just brush aside with? Julius, you know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provide the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey. You're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Roddy was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite. Thus, this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article were featured in Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film and displaying it carefully in a frame. I could barely tell it was her, due to the blurring, but she appeared so happily to be part of the photograph. Much the desire to hang it here for all to see, but those carry great meaning indeed. My very first accomplishment, thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. You really talked about a shaky picture of yourself. Don't be buzzkill, darling. Just get us happy about it. That's what matters, right? It matters not for this, the signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement. I was laughing and cheering along with her, though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet I was so powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can I ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks. This one we're talking about our next destination. The past seems to become a blur even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes. Come to realize it's about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinner's attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination? The bet I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. Didn't just clear the air. The statement alone caused a whole lot storm among the sinners.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Okay, so I finished this Intervallo, and I guess that will be it for today. Going to continue actually streaming maybe tomorrow, maybe on Monday. And yeah, see you next time.